Ah, it's working. Okay, my mic is kinda weird. It's doing weird noises. So I also not really using that. But I don't care. I think I can explain what I do. If my son will enter my room or my mom, you will hear probably like noises all around. But I don't really care. It's just like I can explain what I do. So this is my weird try to do the main character, one of the main characters, and it's not even my game. It's just a game I played, and I was like, yo, I want to do like fan art or 3D, but I'm not that good. So you see how this wall is clipping from outside? Yeah. So this is Blender, and yeah, I'm not that good with that. And thanks for the follow. Okay, so this part is supposed to be kitchen. Now kitchen, I think I will have to change it because the original kitchen is not like that. It's like going a little bit this way, this way. This is the way. Okay, so I used the mirror modifier, but now I see maybe I shouldn't. I have like problem with keeping proportions of things. So wait, this is, yeah, okay. So when I press the numpad keys, it's kind of moving this direction or other direction, and I just like whoop, deleting the faces underneath, and no, I did it wrong again. Okay, so I need to like kinda do the shape like, I mean, I want to. I don't really need to. I mean, I'm not working in the field, and I don't really need to. I wish I was working in the field, but currently I do not have a job at all. I just sit home before I gonna start my first degree lessons, and I think I also missed it for this year, the signing me up for the first degree. So maybe I'm free just to have fun with the things that I like. Yeah, so I scaling this. Oof. Yeah, I'm not that good with that. But this part's supposed to be like, whoop. Wait, no, that goes wrong. I think I will rotate this. Okay, so I will. I should just, no, I shouldn't. If I will hide the room, I will not see the wall. If I will not see the wall, I will not do nice shape. Okay, so probably scaling, like moving, rotating this direction, and that's supposed to give nice rotation maybe. Oh my, okay, so that's what I do. Yeah. Now I just need to move this a little bit. Okay, move this way. Yeah, and then move this that way. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Okay, so now I'm supposed to move these parts, like to cancel this rotation and just rotate it this way. Yeah, something like this, and then just move it that way. Yeah, a little bit. Like there is a sink here, and I want to give the sink its corner, but I feel like I'm missing some proportions. Yep, it needs to be more round. Like the original thing is so round. Oh wait, I can just hide my mistakes in the wall. No one will notice ever. Here. Okay. Okay. Why it's not streaming the way I want? Okay, so here is kind of really nice edge. It's going like smaller and smaller. So what I think I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna make it smaller, sad, and move to the wall. Yeah, it's gonna a little bit, okay, not really, but a little bit looks like the original one. Right? What I was thinking from the beginning when I finished the game, I was like, okay, maybe I can like contact the developer, the original developer of the game, and ask them nicely just to give me the props, the original props of the game, because maybe if they would have like a fandom on VR chat and stuff like that, maybe they will like it. Maybe they will even have more downloads and more purchasing of the original game. But then I was like, yeah, sure. I should not ask someone like that something. This is like not the way, you know, not the way the development of the game works usually. And usually no one will give you nothing if you're not paying for this money. So this is will be totally stupid not to do it myself and to do it as a fan art basically, and just, you know, ask people like just give me stuff, right? What game is so? Oh, you give me an idea. I should make maybe. How do I even do that? It's Carl's Heaven. It's how Carl's Heaven. Heaven. Yeah, and do I? If this was a person, I would give it shout out, right? But if it's not a person, how do I make a comment in my Twitch to comment the game? Oh, I know. I can just make a link. I can make a link to their site, I guess. They have a pretty nice site. Yep. Okay, so Game Bakers. Yeah, okay. So now I will make a custom comment just to toggle the thing. Okay. Yeah, good. This link is fine. So I just can go to my notebook. 1 second. I'm setting up the comment. This will be actual comment. Auto DG. No. What I am here? Ah, comments. Custom. Add comment. And I will comment Heaven, and the comment will be link, and the comment will be a really cute game. Really, I don't know how to call it. I like this game. That's the comment will be. Okay, that's it. Okay, let's try. The music is built into your voice, but I know, I'm sorry, my voice is too soft. Like, my voice usually like much more soft. Okay, so let's see. Heaven. Working at this suit. Wait, so this is I think original site of the creators. I'm totally giving my credits for them because this game is so cute. Probably just like any other females that just like romantic game, you know. But this game was different. It wasn't about just stupid romantic stuff. It's like about fighting for freedom and stuff. I don't know. It's just a little bit different. So I think I messed up with these edges here. You can click on the link and see their site or like whatever they. Wait, this is the inside. That's not proportional. Oops. Okay. So I think this game is really cute, and I would totally recommend it. I got it from Xbox Game Pass because I just already paying for them. And I'm not sorry, you know. This is one of the times when I say to myself, I am not sorry finally for paying for a Game Pass on Xbox, because some of the games. Why I have here 2 of those? Why I have 2 of those here? Okay, maybe I can get. Yeah. It is weird. Okay. So yeah, I got this game. I didn't buy the game itself because I usually not using my money for purchasing games. I see, yeah, it is too much big. And in game it's kind of relatively the same. So I need to get rid of this edge. Push it more close. That maybe. And this edge here. And maybe that's not so terrible. No, it is. It is. It's not looking proportional. It's not even close. I know what my problem is. I'm supposed to keep like nice smooth edge here, and I am not doing that. So I'm supposed to just even move all of them accordingly to location, I guess. Yeah, like that. So like, let's see if I move along with X. Move along X. So I've just been playing this game, yeah, and I pretty think it's a good game. Good game. GG. First I was like, what the f... Okay, and then I was like, oh, that's actually cute, you know? Haven't heard of this game, but it seems nice. Yeah, it is nice. It's kind of... it's a bit... I think it depends how old are you, you know? Like, maybe if you're like teenager, it will be super exciting and like, you know. But if you're adult, some things look a little bit silly sometimes. But like, this is life. So like, if you're playing this, not a sharp edge, not a sharp edge. Yeah, right? Oops. Yeah. So I think it really depends on how old are you, according to the game like stuff, and it depends also like have you been by yourself in relationships? So I think you can relate a lot of jokes if you've been in a relation, and it is kind of funny. I mean, it is funny. Like some of the jokes that you say, like, oh my gosh, are they actually like did a game from this? I mean, you know, it's funny and cute at the same time. I mean, if you can recollect. So what is? I know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna take all up faces, yeah, and just like up faces, and then see if I messed up. Oh yeah, I did. How it's even happen? Like, if I choosing only those faces. Okay, so no, fuck no. So what I do for fun, usually I building models for different projects of my friends and me that together, mostly on volunteering basis, and I don't get any money from this usually. I've been working with one friend one day. We did D&D projects and it was kind of fun, and yep. So like, if you learn Blender or Maya, like any 3D art, I think you first of all you will have fun, because if you learn this, you will in some way express yourself, I think. So yeah, this thing with creating stuff, it's kind of like self-expression stuff. Like, you feel really like having fun. And the music is so cute. I don't know why, but why does it just... But on one of the clips on the game, of the DJ that made the clip. Sometimes they kind of wrong tune it in, and instead of music it sounds like a noise, really just like really noisy stuff. And I know that music is noise by itself, but like I like the noise noisy, but in a nice way, you know. And it's kind of weird. Nice. But some of the YouTube plugins, maybe they imported that wrong or something. I don't know. Like something between recalibrating of the sound, and some of them went so wrong. And instead of the music itself, you just hear the bass and like a huge noise of it. But I really like the music itself. It's really cool. Okay, so how about maybe I should just do one more smoothie. Nope, I think I need to fix this one. Okay, this edge is kinda more edgy. No, still looks not. So I cannot tell you much about 3D other than Blender, because I have ZBrush too, but I don't have the full version because I don't have money for purchasing it. But I think I just like use Blender because it's really easy in the way of you do not purchase nothing, you just like do it, play it, and have fun. Like in ZBrush, it's really cool. It's working with really high poly and like okay, not bad. Okay, maybe it is bad, but I don't know. Okay, so this is divided by partitions. So what if this was... No, I think the divided by partition, maybe I can... Oh wait, GG. Yes, okay. So this has two... Maybe I can just take these faces a bit inside. Nope. Extrude inside. And this makes a nice edge here, right? Because this things is like not really connected, right? Because in the game they have like split or things, right? I have been playing one of their other games. Oh, you did? I think I wanna try it too. I will search on the Xbox Game Pass if they have it. And that game had really good music, so I'm not surprised that Deep Heaven also has music. Yeah, it is. It's like really cool. Yeah, really cool music. It's like you can feel the modern vibe in it. It's really modern vibe in it. Like it is modern in the same time you feel also like gentle touch of like other times, like if it was like fantasy or something. Well, it is fantasy. I also saw their game Footy. I mean, I just saw it, like that they have it. I didn't know they have it, and I was like kind of googling until I got to the I cannot do the shape from here. I can maybe boolean, like use boolean modifier and just like whoop. No, I just need to move the vertices. So I think I need to play that, the 4 game, just to see if it's have like a little bit alike something. Because I think I hooked it up on the Heaven game, because first I was like, what the heck is that? Then I was like, okay, it's cute. And then I was like, okay, I wanna play this game every day. Until I cleared all the stages. I had no like any kind of, you know, thing to do anymore. And I just say to myself, I'm not finishing this game, and I'm not uninstalling the game. I still kinda wanna see it and visit this world time to time. It's not just a silly romantic game, it's kinda just really cute. Or it's just me being silly. Can be two. I mean, one is not defying another, right? So I think Furies, they've been talking in Discord. I joined their Discord just for, you know, for thing. And they've been talking about both of the games have the concept of freedom. I was like, ooh, okay, I wanna see the other game. It was like more protagonist thing. No, it's too big. Oh wait, no, I should make another versus here, like to make it sharp. Like come on, go inside. Okay. And I think I wanna try the. Oof. I think I wanna try the other game. Yeah, that's more sharp. Yeah. Oh, I can move those like that. Okay, so just more sharp. Yeah, that's the same, right? Right. I will have to try how this you think so hard of it. I don't know if I think highly of it, but I for sure get inspired by it. I can't say like oh, I think so high like high of it, but I did enjoyed playing that, and I think, I don't know. Can you tell us like just like some games think high of it? Maybe? No, not sure. Yeah, so this is partition of thing. I think just this game kinda did inspire me to okay, this verse is not straight. Well, no one's straight really. Oh, white should bother me. Yeah, maybe I do think hard of it or something. Maybe it's like temporary. Maybe you waste the time, you will forget about the game and say like, oh wait, I can straighten the lens. Yeah, I should straighten the lens. That was nice game and was playing it. That's it. But for now, I think that this game being showing some values that we don't really noticing in our daily life sometimes, you know? Like the value of not fighting with your partner, or the value of that everything that matters is just two people in the world, and all the rest can wait, you know? That's kind of cute romantic way of thinking, you know? Like no, there is like romantic influence with Romeo and Juliet style. Yeah, probably. So yeah, it's like a little bit think in Romeo and Juliet style, like the word doesn't matter, let's just live our lives. But I see it's really good in the way of, why not? People being sick with objectives in video games. And it just, you know, it's kinda it's not really what I think. Was it like line up or was it like line down in the original game? There was like a hitting area, like where they would actually cook, right? If I was both boulder, would I boil this up or down? But I would definitely give it some water, like volume, like, you know. I think I would give it volume up, right? Because like it's like a table, and you usually do not have any tables, like, right? Oh, yeah. So I kinda like it having for not having really objectives, and even from beginning they saying in the beginning this game does not have objectives. It is missing this line. It wasn't supposed to miss it. Maybe I did this mistake. Oh yeah, I took it too much close. It's good I can. No, I need to slide this too. Oh, I should just do it like. Nope, still messed up. Can I just move it like down like that? Oof. Okay, maybe that doesn't matter because I can put some item on it and make it like sneaky, like nobody will see. I can make like small mess, like, you know, functional mess in the kitchen by putting some tool, or nobody will see that this partition is just fucked up a little bit. Yeah. And here there is a table. Yeah, so like in content of this game, I kinda like it that the original game, like the Heaven list, they didn't had the objective. They even told it in the beginning, like this game does not have objective. And I was like, oh my gosh, finally some good game. Because it's kinda... Does it do the thing? Oh yeah. It's kinda so sick how all other games... Ah, I see, so that would happen when I do toggling the faces and they go inside, but... Okay, okay. You know what, that's fine. It's gonna say what's this. For my lover, I'm fine with that. And imagine one day you see again a game that doesn't have objective, and it's actual objective, like how it feels in the game. It's just that one human couple would be happy together. Isn't like the whole world objective just be happy together? Like, how can you put something even more amazing than that thinking? That the only objective this life is and could be just the happiness. Two human beings together. People just do that. Nope. So extrudes and bigger. Okay, that looks weird. Let's say this is that side. There's a chairs here and here, and you can just make it smaller like that. I think it's going like this way. This way? Yep, yep. And maybe smaller. What I did? Yeah. And maybe like I will do the small partitions here. So, oh, why it's so weird? Weird. Okay. So there is two CM less texture here, just colors. I also like what they choose it, not only for models but also for textures. Most of the textures in this game, they doesn't feel even like atlas of textures. They feel just like simple color on the things. I know that it's not, probably it's not, but because that's probably not how game dev things works. But it's how the feel of simplifying kind of things And it's really good because why not? I mean, why not? Okay, here I don't remember what they have here for base. Okay, I would rather try to copy that. Similarly. What? Okay. Extrude bigger. Yeah, something like this, and just smaller. Oof. The game, even it's pretty amazing. It's have a little bit not comfy way with the mouse, but this time I just didn't care about that. Oof. And I started to play it and just ignore the mouse issues sometimes because I don't know why. Maybe it's only me, but I felt like my mouse would go directions that I don't want, and it will go on second freaking screen, and I would stream this game, but I would have a lot of moments like of oh no, my mouse go to this other screen again. Ooh, oh, that's pretty looks like table. What? Why my table have a dick? Okay, table. I see how it is. I will untable that, I guess. Just what? Okay, this is not perfect. Maybe extrude normal extrude those here and there and move it here and just B. Why is it a bit not straight? Oh, what? Oh, why? How I did it even? Oh, I think I touched the face. Okay, no one will see. No one will see. This is a table. No one will crouch to see table. My origins are secret, if you ask about my origins. Just kidding, it's not a secret, but I can give you 10 tries and you can guess. If you will guess, you will be the ultimate guesser. If you wouldn't guess, I will just tell you, I guess. But you can see in my information too, actually. So just bigger on this scale, not that bigger, like maybe like that, and bigger on that scale. White? Oh, okay. Yep, I just need to grab those faces again. Usually when people ask me, so I make them guess because they not having easy time guessing, you know. And I'm having fun on looking them trying, hearing them trying, understanding them trying. I can't even hear how people guess because, you know, this is one-sided stream, but it is fun. Oh, and I have a meeting today in the evening. Yeah, I have like some hours before that. Yep, I can have fun. Okay, I think that's fine. And white's changing color. Don't understand why it's like not keeping round shape too. I feel like I did everything the same. Okay, I know why. Because somewhere when I move the faces in wrong way, so it doesn't really want to extrude itself more. So I will do that the way it wants. Yep. Just like that, and nope. Oh. I think it's fine. I think a table can be like that. Maybe even smaller, like that, and more connected to face. Yeah, pretty fun. These faces looks weird from this side. But maybe all I need to do is put another thing here. No, like why this even happens? Yep. It's not perfect. It's like the faces is not laying up nicely. Okay. What if I will just bring them down like that? What? Wait. Huh? Okay. I admit I do not understand how it works sometimes. But maybe if I will take another one and bring it down. Smaller. Nope, it's still not making sound. Yep, that's kinda weird. They can do all the sides, but not this one. Ah, it doesn't have a line here. Maybe that's why, no? No? It's up. Oh my god. That's weird. And one more here. And why it's not like... Oof. Yeah, as you can see, I'm not professional Blender user here. I have a lot of what the heck moments. Like a lot of them. So let's see, this is a table. But why it's different in the... It looks different, like this side is bigger, this one so it's smaller. And I think it needs to be... Yep, I have no idea why it's that. Oh, maybe I just can take those sides and make them smaller. Yep, this looks like a little more. Yep, good. So, if that was a dining table, kitchen, I think this will be fine. Maybe more flatter. Oh, this model is so weird. Mesh, clean up, right by distance. Oh, it is clear it up. Okay, maybe if I add one more loop to it. That. Okay, that's kinda weird. I might want to make the edges of the table kinda sharper, I guess. So let's see here. Yep, like that. Yep, this is sharp edge, I think. Yep. Okay, so this is a magic table where one of the main characters cooks. Or like serves. One of the things. Okay. Now I will create the chair. But I look on the chair and I don't understand how they're supposed to do that because it's so round. I never did round chairs before. I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it in the way of... Like if it was normal chair I would just do my routine stuff. But since it is a round chair, I'm not sure how to do this. What if I will take one circle and make from this like a chair? No, I think I will make a normal chair out of this. I will make a normal chair out of you. And I will have to use this modifier too. Like that. So. I think it's fine. Yeah. And from here, there will go like maybe even move it a little bit this way and that way, and move it a little bit that way. Yeah, so that's how you make chair with round form. I think round chairs is good. No? I would usually want to use another shape of chair because it feels more like multi-purpose chair like. But I think like in games I meant to do this. I might need to go to actually to the game and see the chairs by myself again because I don't remember how they look. Yep. There was like a circle. I mean, I can't see in the reference also exactly the same way the chair works. So maybe what if two chairs was different shape? Different shape. One is fluffy and one is not. So I would have to connect to different forms, I guess. Okay, so I think for the base I might take this one. Yep, just this. And yep, that's kind of cute. Yeah, and now I think maybe I turn off thing for it. So if I go like that, or even take those and then go extrude. Yep, why not? I don't know what chair is sitting on, because what it is flow itself. I cannot create flow in maybe particles. I can use particle system to create flow, but what it is not really. Yeah, what if the chair is floating in the air? Because they are creation of the flow, and that's how they float. Silly me. So like that. Yeah, they just gonna float in the air. Because the whole base is futuristic creation of the mind, right? I don't know like the people who created this game, but I think they are pretty futuristic with the style, right? Futuristic style creation. Maybe I should move this one to make more round base. That. Oh yeah. Cool. I think this one maybe I need to make it more open. Or like Yep. Yep. Looks cool. Looks cool. Not perfect, but hey, nothing is perfect, so it's fine. Circle, cylinder. Cylinders, like all other shapes, are so hard to work with. The amount of edges that I need to put to her. I forgot which language I'm talking. I'm talking mostly, as you can see, 3 languages. You can see it in my description. So this will be the answer for your origins question. My origins are Asians, but you can see 2 basic origins, I guess. I mean, in our world where everyone speaks English, I guess that's just normal to have. Wait, like 2 origins at least, and then just mirror modifier. Yeah, okay, mirror modifier. Yeah. Like if you plus 1 origin plus another origin, so you can create like at least 3 origin human, right? Some people would say that my origin is not really origin, but I would say as long as my memory is pretty long, my origin's in the place where I choose it to be. So, no one can say to me not. Why? Because I can, you know. That's funny, huh? I'm not supposed to do that reference, but because humans also free to choose their own origins in this way. I mean, there is like, imagine like there's like some history events that's saying to you, okay human, your origin forever will be this dot of space. And then you can choose to maybe ignore that. You can choose to actually not ignore that. But the origin don't care. They will find you this way or another, in the way of some origins you sometimes would want to forget, or because misunderstanding, like not really understand your own origins. But later or sooner, this will be like magic moment where your origin will say, hello, oh yeah, you are us too. And you would just be like, oh, it's been 2000 years, I kind of forgot. And people would say, you have no origin here. And you would say, just below me. I've been trying to forget too, but not some things that you can forget. I think it's like unnatural, because if you think about all the natural in origins way, so by natural, my people would forget these origins after 2000 years, but they didn't, so I see it as a little bit unnatural. Maybe some divine presence doesn't want us to forget our origins. Anyway, yeah, my origins. One of my origins. Okay. Okay, so now... Will I have to make it smooth? Like, really smooth. Like, really thick, like... Okay, yeah, maybe. Мам, скажи, если захочешь там отдохнуть, я выключу музыку и это самое. Если захочешь поспать. Не хочешь? Окей. Молодец. How it went from big to small? Okay. So... Oh yeah, it went big somehow, and now I just need to toggle it back. Okay. Okay. I think now I can do that. Just connect two of them. No, why is it not up anything? We're supposed to. Okay, so not this, and just this, and it's okay. Okay, good. So now I'll have to do it like, or oh, is that even? No, I need to make it smaller. On this scale, this scale, and like maybe no, bigger, because it's supposed to be like, okay, I see here this line is not aligned. Cool. Yeah. So I need to extrude and make the connection to the lower base of it. Even I can make the lower base from the chair itself. No, I think I will have to do it like Goldot way. What's the time? Good. So here I can go this way, clipping, yeah, and here it can go. Will it go actually up that way? Okay, I see here the lines supposed to be smooth transformation from that. That. Okay, good. So smaller. Is that good? Oh. See. Smaller. Rotation. Moving. Extrude. Rotation. Is it sure it goes like that? Extrude. Smaller. Supposed to be like here. Oh, I can connect it. That's no problem. Does it even look hard? I don't know why I'm so kinda excited about this, but wait, that will be another phrase. It's here. It's supposed to be. Okay, maybe here I'm not supposed to do those. Yeah. I just need to delete them. Where is the other one? Come on. You. Okay, that was. So it sees the vertices, but where's the face? Come on. Okay, that's a face. Maybe delete. And now I somehow need to take it back to its normal position. Maybe. and like 7. Maybe. Yeah. What? Yeah. Sometimes I do understand I needed to think about it later. How to not to make mistakes in modeling from beginning. And how to set myself like healthy way. This one. For modeling without mistakes. Wait, this one. Oh, how? Ah, this is one more face I need to. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's not it. How does this not? That's not it. Ah, wait. Those faces. Yeah, I need to delete them. All of them. And just make bridge connect. Yep. So, first face will be here, between them. And the second face will be... I kinda like it how they describe freedom in the game. In the way of, you know how many people will say the freedom is something else? They will cover the word freedom in different political shit. And what about freedom for just small humans? Couples, gay couples, different people, that the freedom for them is just to live their lives how they want, right? So how do I... Okay, so I here just need to do the... Yeah. What? Oh. Wait. Okay, this point is not perfect. I know some places that they banish from people, like, to love each other the way they want. And this place is wrong. Just like in heaven. You know, if two people love each other and stuff. So maybe it's not that matter what gender they are. Stuff like that. Maybe it's like minor thing, not major. Because in some countries they still punish their own gay people for loving each other. Basically, it's so fucked up. Yeah. Okay. So good. Why can't here and here and here and here and here and here and good. And now just oh, why am I doing this even? I can do that. This now fix. And it's could have been working, so more than the faces into each other, there's been no issues. Okay, let's see. G G G G G. Not working? Okay. Там уже жарко? Mm. Да, бреют. Я думала по-русски, как сказать это. Будь здорова. It looks like I wasn't awkward about the shape differences in the reference and in the... Okay. I'll drink water. Oh, Furls! Hey dude! You should definitely add screencast. What is screencast? To your stream so people can see what you're texting. Texting? I'm not testing currently. You mean what I'm pushing? The screen. Can you send me the link? Cause I don't know. I don't know how to download this. I was thinking about this and I didn't find it. Pushing. Yeah, it's okay. Screen texting. I just was thinking about something else. No? Isn't part... I don't know. Is it? Wanna see? I've been weebing again. And I feel a weeb like I should. And I did Little Heaven. Okay, I don't know if you know this game, but this game kinda... I like it. And this is a little apartment of the main characters. They are two creatures that kinda just wanna live quiet life in their nest. Okay. And this is chair, and yeah. What part it was? It was preference. Add-ons. How it calls? Press and to open in the menu. And you mean here? This menu? This is my menu. I don't know what to press here. This? Yeah, you don't have it. Sure, I don't have it. If I had it, I knew. But I will have it. If you tell me that right now how it calls, I will have it. Screencast. Screen. How are you, Rabbit? Screencast? At curve. Huh? Okay, so maybe if this is a name, so I can download it. Screencast. Blender. Oh, it is a thing. It is a thing. Oh, it is a thing. Thank you so much. Thank you for this information. Worlds. I'm not as good with PC, you know me. Code. Zip. Yes. Now. Blender. This is so cool. What do I do? Oh, you pressed the wrong button. Install. The downloads building the... Okay. Gmesh scatter screen K master, yeah. Now. Not here. It's supposed to... Okay. Screen. Okay, I did it. I know I did it. Wait. Screencast case master zip. Add modules instead from what did it say? It say modules instead from, and like my screen just popped out. I couldn't read it. What? And oh yeah, you mean here in tools, right? I think I don't see it for now. Edit maybe? Both. View? Nope. Okay, we'll do it again. Edit, preferences. Install. Screencast master add. Installed. It's installed. Oh, it's installed. If it's installed, it's supposed to be clickable in here. So why it's not? Okay, I just can do this just to see if community is that community probably, right? Current mesh animation development. Icon is key free. Is key free? Is key is free? Oh, K is is key free. Is that the name of the file menu? Modifiers tools. Modifiers tools. You can have it like in different way. Material ability. Okay, I don't see it for now. Mesh F2. I can mod it for just mesh in F2. Okay. Covered grease show kinky rig. Okay, I need to drink water more. I think my brain is just not really functional. More to, you know. You know what? Maybe it's working. How about G? Okay. Is it showing for me or what are those? Ah, that's the things that you can do. But it's not appearing, right? Or is it appearing? Sorry, I'm kinda drunk. Dude, I wish. I wish I was a little bit, but I have no boozy and I don't need to drink because I have a meeting today. So, and it's day, like in day hours. We're not supposed to drink. Did enable it? I think I did. We cannot see your menus. Huh? But no, it is just edit preference add-on screencast once you enable it from here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's always like that. But so you see, like it's not appearing. It's not appearing, but read me. No, it is not appearing, but read me. I did 3 times. It should appear in your end menu and you should be enabled from it in the title. But I think I did, no? I was trying to when I think it's not like you see me installing it like 2 times, but it's not appearing in the plugins itself. And if it's supposed to be here, so it's supposed to be like one more key, right? But it's not. Testing officially. Testing. And then we'll add on some. It's not also not appearing as it is named in the plugin, right? Like if it's supposed to be here, so screencast S no screen here. Import. Refresh? Maybe it's I know. I need to press this and say save us and exit the blender and then go again. Yeah, that might work. Active to sortation. Yep, I did not understand what I need to do. So for else, I guess capture later one day because I don't know how to do this. Maybe I need to just read the tutorial really good because it's just maybe it's buggy. Okay, so why this item still not straight from here? Did I actually saw him being not straight and straightening it up? Okay, let's see. Okay, so all I need to do is just move it a little bit on the x-axis. And maybe here? What? Oh, right. Yeah, because this place actually have number of things. Hey, foils! When you will get less drowned, can you do like Blender stream too? I mean, in the evening I will be home, but I do wanna hear and see your thing doing a thing. Oh, it's interesting. I like to see people that I know doing Blender or like any kind of designing, you know. Yeah, now it's more good. Do save everything. It's again really easy.
young man, why are you eating that fish? And the young man says, because I love fish. He says, oh, you love the fish. That's why you took it out of the water and killed it and boiled it. He said, don't tell me you love the fish. You love yourself. And because the fish tastes good to you, therefore, you took it out of the water and killed it and boiled it. So much of what is love, right, is fish love, right? And so, young couple falls in love. Young man and young woman fall in love. What does that mean? That means that he saw in this woman someone who he felt could provide him with all of his physical and emotional needs. And she saw in this man somebody she feels that she can write. That was love, right? But each one is looking out for their own needs. Right? It's not love for the other. The other person becomes a vehicle for my gratification. Too much of what is called love is fish love. Right? An external love is not on what I'm going to get, but what I'm going to give. We had an ethicist, Rabbi Dessler, who said, the people make a serious mistake in thinking that you give to those whom you love. And the answer is, the real answer is, you love those to whom you give. And his point is, if I give something to you, I've invested myself in you, right? And since self-love is a given, everybody loves themselves, now that part of me has become in you, right, there's part of me in you that I love. Right? So true love is a love of giving, not a love of receiving. I believe that there is such a thing as soulmates. And the reason I believe that is because the Talmud refers to soulmates, right? But how to know who is one's soulmate, that I don't have any formula for that, right? Sometimes you find that two people meet and they feel a kind of relationship, and sometimes it can only be explained, as some people do, in a previous reincarnation we were together, right? Well, those are concepts that you may believe in, you may not believe in, but I do believe there's such a thing as soulmate, but I'm hard-pressed to tell anybody how to go finding their soulmate.
What we're going to be doing here live in Jerusalem is the 6 steps to finding your soulmate. Now, some of you may already be married, some of you may be single, but that don't matter none. We're going to figure out how to find your soulmate, and if you're already married, you're going to help others find their soulmate using these 6 steps. What are the 6 steps? The 6 steps are from the acronym HAPPY, H-A-P-P-E-Y. Now you may be saying, what, adding an E to the word happy, it's not spelled that way. Well, this class has 6 steps, so happy is going to be spelled H-A-P-P-E-Y. We're going to start with the H. Okay, number 1 is H, and H is the word Hashem. Hashem, which means God, or the name literally. It means God. And what's the point? Why do you get married faster? By knowing the H, that there is Hashem. And the answer is that the H stands for Hashem because Hashem knows who you're going to marry. We have a great saying from our sages that 40 days before you're even conceived, meaning when you were parents, were staring into each other's eyes on that cruise ship, the name of your soulmate was already called out in heaven. So God already knows exactly who you're supposed to marry. So imagine I knew who you were supposed to marry. If I knew who you were supposed to marry, would you bribe me? Would you try to get the answer, try to find out who it is? Well, there is someone who knows who you're supposed to marry. It's God. And what's your job? Your job is to worry about your relationship with God. You worry about your relationship with God. Let God worry about your relationship with your soulmate. And it really works. It really works. You know, so many people think that it's totally up to them to find their soulmate. So they get themselves all dolled up. They spend all this extra money on clothes and other accessories. When in fact, their soulmate could be on another continent. In fact, your soulmate could be right in front of you. But if you haven't evolved to where you're supposed to evolve to in life, you won't even recognize one another as soulmates. Our job is to really worry about our own growth. And our own growth is ultimately experienced via our search and connection and constant deepening of our connection with God. You worry about your relation with God. Let God worry about your connection with your soulmate. And you will see that in a world like the Jewish world that I live in here in Jerusalem, it's like an epidemic of marriages. Okay, people are getting married all the time. Marriage after marriage, wedding after wedding. I mean, the amount of money you could spend just on cabs going from wedding to wedding to wedding to wedding. I go to the reception of this wedding, the chuppah of that wedding, the dancing of that wedding, the main course of that wedding, and I go to the dessert of that wedding. I go to the mitzvah tanz of that wedding. And sometimes I have 6 weddings a night here. And you'll see that there's no real fraternizing. We're not mixing all the time. It's just everyone's worrying about the relationship with God, and God's worrying about your relationship with your soulmates. So number 1 is H. Number 1 of happy is H. It stands for Hashem. Okay, everyone's got number 1. Number 1, Hashem. Number 2 is A, and that is alive. Most likely, whomever you're supposed to marry is already alive. You know, I can't imagine you're going to marry someone who's, 25 years younger than you. Okay, your soulmate's already there. So what is this alive step? The alive step is start by having a relationship now with the person that you're going to marry. Look at me, I don't know who it is. How am I supposed to have a relationship? Answer, go to the kotel. Go down to the kotel and pray for that person. The next time you're praying, before you go to bed at night, maybe that person you're going to marry is feeling down. Maybe they're feeling sick. Maybe they just lost their job. If your husband or wife just felt sick or lost their job or something else went wrong, would you not pray for them? Would you not hope they feel better? Would you not put in a good word for them upstairs? Develop the relationship now. So in the word alive, which is the A of happy, is to already develop your relationship with your soulmate. Start relating to them. You can write them little love letters. You know what a lichtzettel is? A light note is? By your wife's Shabbos lights. On Friday, you can leave a note for her. So before she lights the candles, she can read a little note from you. I mean, after all, we already set up the candles. The men set up the candles for the wives. And we can leave a little note to bring her into Shabbos, maybe a little something on that week's Parsha, get her into context of the Shabbos. And you can do that now. And you know what? Even if you can't hand it to her because you don't know who she is, but you can write her a note, and you could write him a note for when you'll meet him. And when you finally meet them, you can hand him a whole stack of notes from all the Shabboses that you had yet to meet. So there's 2 points, though, for A. One is that whomever you're supposed to marry is already alive, so therefore start developing that relationship. And the second aspect of that, or B, is dignity. Dignity. You know how people say, when I get married, I'm no longer going to go there anymore. When I get married, I'm not going to do that anymore. When I get married, I'm not hanging out over there anymore. We have this dual life. We're going to live like our single life where we'll do X, Y, and Z, but our married life where I'm not going to do that anymore. That's not the way to go. When you say that, what you're ultimately saying is you're not ready to get married. You're constantly showing God you're not ready to get married when you're doing all the things you're not going to do after you get married. Start living with the dignity of a married person. Whatever it is you're going to change once you get married, change it now while you're single. Show God that you are someone who's already living by the level of dignity of a married person, and let God say, this is a person who's creating a vessel for marriage. So that's, again, H was happy. A, alive. Alive has 2 points. Point A is start developing the relationship with the person you're going to marry. And B is start living with the integrity that you're going to have once you're married while you're still single. Show God that you're a vessel that's fitting for marriage. And now the P. P, well, there's 2 P's. The first P is the word private. Learn how to be a private person. You'll notice that in the Jewish world, you'll never hear rabbis or rebbitzins or anyone share their private, intimate stuff with you. They just will never broach the topic of their intimate life with their spouse with you. It is private. Yet you'll hear in the not so Torah-oriented world, people who are willing to share all kinds of details that are just inappropriate to be sharing. And we, especially today with our social networking, people have lost kind of any concept of what is meant to be your inner world, your private world. So in the Jewish world, there's a high level of privacy when it comes to the intimacy of a couple. And so by now becoming someone who has an inner world that is their private inner world, and by developing it and protecting it and creating kind of a fortress around your heart, not the kind of fortress that's out of having been hurt in the past. That's a whole other thing you got to deal with. I'm talking more just saying that there's a special space here. There's a sanctuary, let's call it. There's a sanctuary around my heart, and it's not available for everyone to view. And by showing God that you are someone who can handle privacy and knows how to keep intimate things to yourself or to some very, very close confidants, then God is saying that, hey, here's a person ready for Jewish marriage, which is the ultimate of privacy. You know, I was once walking out of my house with a couple, and my wife, we were going out together, and my wife and I, this couple, and the husband of the lady put his arm around his wife as we're walking out, but we're in a Yiddish-speaking Fiddler on the Roof shtetl. People don't do that. So my wife and I just kind of looked over our shoulder, and he immediately took his arm off her shoulder. He said, I shouldn't do that. And my wife said something amazing. She said, those who have it don't show it, and those who show it don't have it. Never feel jealous when you look out of a bus window or something, you see two people making out on the side of the road or something. Like, don't feel jealous about those things. Always remember, those who show it don't really have it. And those who have it, they don't need to show it because they really have it. And when do they show it? They show it when it's private, when it's intimate. Private. Show God that you're private about such intimate matters, and God will say, that person's ready for Jewish marriage. That's the first P. So H is Hashem. A, alive. P, private. And now the second P. The second P, ladies don't like this one very much. They'll want to kill me for this, but don't worry, the guys are going to want to kill me for the E. Okay? So we're going to go right to the P. The P is platonic. Platonic means we're just friends. There's nothing really going on between us. We're just friends. Now, first of all, guys don't have platonic relationships. And, but the second main point is that to find your soulmate, you need to need. Everything in life only is the fulfillment of desire. Like for anything to happen in this world, it's because a need got filled. God has set up the system of creation that where there is desire, there is fulfillment. But the problem is that if you're already having all these platonic relationships, these we're just friends relationships, so what happens is all your need is already filled, and so God can't actually send the soulmate to fulfill the need because the need's already been covered. What does it have to do with women? What it has to do with women is women have multispectral relationships. Their needs and relationships have a large spectrum. And our job as men is to meet as many of those spectrums as possible. Not every man can meet every aspect of the spectrum, but the more the man meets, the happier the wife is, the happier the marriage is. The less of the spectrum he meets, she'll fulfill it with her friends, shopping, eating, all kinds of other things. She'll find other ways to fulfill those spectrums. And it pays, by the way, to fill them as much as you can just with your relationship with them. Now, what happens is, in the old days, people used to get married very, very young. So by the time she had all those multispectral needs going on, she's already got a spouse. But in our generation, where people are getting married later and later and later and later, why? Ultimately because, you know, we were thrown to the wolves to get ourselves married, which never was the case throughout all the years of history. Whether you were a Jew or a Gentile for thousands of years, your parents actually took care of that for you. And look how society's doing ever since we've been trying to take care of that ourselves. Not so well. It has been an absolute disaster, actually. But back to our program. what happens is, well, she never got married. She didn't get married at 12 like they do in Iran, or 14 like they did in Belarus, or wherever, whatever the ages were. She didn't get married, and then she turned 18, and she didn't get married in 19 and 20 and 21, 22, 25, 23, 30, 41. It just got later and later, but she has all these needs. Now, she could have had all those needs met by girlfriends, by lady friends, but there's a whole other aspect, and that is that it's a strange thing. It's one of the weird things that came up with the whole feminist movement and stuff, is that women don't like women very much. It's the weirdest thing in the world, because it's all about, you know, women, strong, pride, and like, we're the women. Except you ask most women, they don't like women very much. Women don't really like women. They like men. And men handle all their needs. So like, if they get a job and they want to go out and party, they have a guy set up for that. It's always that guy. They've known him since high school. They go out and party. Yeah? If she loses her job, she has another guy that she goes out for having lost the job. Okay? And it goes on with like whatever's going on in her life. She's got already a guy tapped for each of those particular emotions that she's feeling, that she needs to share with somebody. And in other words, she's married already, even though she's never gotten married. She's married to all these different men that she's tapped as her, you know, fulfillers of the spectrums of her needs in relationship. So what is the advice here? The advice is no platonic relationships. You got to be ready for this. Most women are like, what? I'm not doing that. You want me to just like go high and dry, like no one to talk to, no relationships? Well, there's two ways to deal with this. One is start enjoying relationships with women. Women are people too. Yeah, you can actually have relationships with women. And number two is follow the advice. You'll land yourself a spouse. You'll land yourself a husband, and now you're going to have someone to fulfill all your needs in the relationship. Meaning this works. I will give you a promise. Anyone who takes on to stop being friends with guys in honor of getting married will be engaged within 6 to 8 months. 6 to 8 months, Hashem will send the soulmate, because it takes a little time till the need starts developing. Like, I need a relationship. And what happens is that space is created and the relationship comes in. Now, obviously, there's all kinds of reasons why someone may still be without their soulmate, because after all, we all are reincarnations, and we're all dealing with residual stuff from previous lives, and there's a lot more to the story than that. But if there aren't residual kind of cosmic debt from previous lives of why someone stayed single, someone can actually find their soulmate quite quickly by just dropping the platonic relationships. I'll tell you one example. There was a person who had the biggest Shabbos tables. It was a girl, big Shabbos tables, like packed every single week with people, every dinner, every lunch, every third meal, packed with guests. She was the most popular Shabbos table you could go to. She was famous for her Shabbos table. But we just saw her getting older and older and older and older and never getting married. And everyone loved her. Everyone was crazy about this girl. Everyone loved her. In fact, as a rabbi, I used to counsel the boys in the yeshiva. And so there would be like boys waiting in line, and then I'd be meeting with this one boy, and he'd say, Rabbi, it's just amazing. I found my soulmate. I'm madly in love with her. I'm sure she's madly in love with me. And I'm like, really? It wouldn't happen to be so-and-so, would it? The girl with the Shabbos table. And he's like, it is. How did you know? This is totally b'shert. You know, and I'd say, you see all those guys sitting over there? They're about to tell me the same exact thing. Yet she stays single year after year. So anyway, she's crying at the kotel. I never even met the girl. I just would hear about it. So she's crying at the kotel every day, crying at the kotel. God, send me my soulmate, please. I can't take it anymore. Please, please, please. And every day. Anyway, eventually my wife says, we got to talk to this girl. So we go to her house. We knock on the door. Hi, we're the Glazers. We just want to have a little talk with you about your life. She's like, what? Anyway, we told her the whole thing, enough having like 30 best friends who are guys and all that stuff, and just get rid of them all and you will be married. And she's like, I beg your pardon, you can just leave my house right now. And so my wife and I said, like, okay, you know, we tried. You know, we left her house, and she was very angry with us. 8 more months of the kotel. Blah, God said. You know, tears bouncing off her face, landing on the kotel floor. And anyway, finally, after 8 months, she says, that's it, I'm taking their advice. She goes to her house, goes through her list of her best male friends, and she calls each one, and it's like crying. She's like, I'm so sorry, but it's over. You know, and I can't go out with, I can't be friends with you anymore, and whatever, and I got to get married already, and this is ridiculous. And anyway, when she finally finishes the last phone call, hangs up the phone, there's a knock at the door. She goes to the door, and there's some curly-headed guy outside her door saying, excuse me, I heard this is where the Shabbos meals are. I was just wondering, what time this week will the Shabbos dinner be? And she's like, there is no more Shabbos dinner, okay? Shabbos has been canceled, okay? And he's like, what? Canceled Shabbos? I mean, it's still Shabbos, but not here, not in my house anymore. He's like, why not? And she goes on to explain everything and tells him why not and everything. Anyway, she invited me to their chuppah. I made a bracha under their chuppah. That's who she married. She married this hapless guy. You get that? Platonic. Get rid of the platonic relationship. So H, Hashem. Hashem knows who you're supposed to marry. You worry about your relationship with Hashem. Let Hashem worry about your relationship with whom you're supposed to marry. 2 was alive. Your soulmate's alive. That means A, develop the relationship now. B, start living with the integrity of a married person. P was private. Start developing the level of privacy that a Jewish marriage enjoys. The other P, platonic. Get rid of the platonic relationships, create that need, and let God fulfill the void. Yeah, let him fill the void with your soulmate. And then E, that's right, we spell happy with an E. And that E is expectations. Expectations. You see, we all have this like Santa Claus wish list of who we want to marry. You know, just like this long list of all the things in the perfect spouse. I suggest you make that long Santa Claus wish list. I suggest you make that wish list and make it about 100 items long of all the things in a perfect spouse. Take it to a well-ventilated area and burn it. That wish list that you have in the perfect spouse, I'll give you another title for it instead of the perfect spouse. Let's call it the no working on my marriage list. Okay? What it's really is, or the comfort list. I want a comfortable marriage. And when you ask most men, what do you want in a marriage, they say, I'd like to marry a woman who is low maintenance. Seriously, they say this to me all the time. What are you looking for in a girl? Oh my gosh, the matchmakers, the shatchanim, you know, they're just like, don't tell me, low maintenance. Yeah. Meaning, basically, he doesn't want to be married, but he wants to be married. You know, married without marriage. You know. So, anyway, this whole wish list is ridiculous. Like the people don't like that. First of all, they don't exist. Even if they did exist, God would send other issues. You know, life is about work. Marriage is about work. You want a great marriage, it's because you're going to have a lot of work in the marriage. There's no such thing as a marriage without work. And don't think when you see those two, you know, don't think when you see a couple, don't think when you see a couple at a Shabbos table, you know, staring into each other's eyes with the kids and the guests, and it's all so romantic. Yeah, don't think like they're on glue or we're born that way or something. You didn't get to see like the tears. You know, you didn't get to see what they went through to get to that level of connection. They worked on it. Marriage is about work. So get off Santa's lap and get real, okay? And what does it mean to get real? Getting real means that you know you're going into the work and who you want is who God wants for you. You want to marry, ultimately, your soulmate. Now, there are such things as deal breakers. You can have up to 3 deal breakers, and none of them can have to do with looks. Because when you ask the average guy what he's looking for, what are his deal breakers, what are his top priorities, number 1 is usually looks, number 2 is usually looks, and number 3 is usually looks. Okay? Looks, looks, and looks. Okay? Well, I have a little advice for you men. I suggest you look in a mirror. Okay? And if it doesn't break, you will look in that mirror and you look at your face and you say, what kind of girl is supposed to marry a face like this? Okay? Just look in that mirror and just keep staring and figure out what kind of girl is supposed to marry a guy who looks like Lurch from the Addams Family. Okay? So the men are so brainwashed by billboards and advertising, pop-up ads, and of course a little loose clicking when no one's looking, and all the things that men have seen with their eyes of what girls are, they are already hopeless. There's nothing they can do to even see their soulmates anymore, because they've already, like, they just don't even know what it would look like, because they're just totally brainwashed that she's some kind of like 5'11" Scandinavian, you know, lady named, you know, Hilda or something. I don't know. It's not the picture of a Jewish woman. You don't even know anymore. You're lost. Okay, just get it that you're lost. Okay, and thank God for the intuition of Jewish women, or you'd be totally lost. Because when you finally have a woman whose intuition's buzzing away and just going like, I think he's the one, I think he's the one, I think he's the one, and you'll be getting scared. Like, I'm really scared, I'm really scared. So that's when you know it's probably right. Her strong intuition and your absolute fear. Okay? So that's more what you're looking for here. Okay? And then maybe you got something going on. Okay? And so when it comes to expectations, forget it. Drop the expectation. But deal breakers, you're allowed up to 3 deal breakers, and all 3 must be, they can't be intrinsic to women. They can't be like women things. They can't be like warm, kind, and giving. Okay? That's the Webster Dictionary definition of a woman. Okay? Warm, kind, and giving. Of course, someone always says, not in Manhattan. You know? Okay, so besides Manhattan, that is the definition of a woman. Okay? Warm, kind, and giving. I'm talking about deal breakers. Like, for example, she has 2 PhDs. She has 2 PhDs, and he's a high school dropout who waits tables. Okay? Deal breaker. She'll never respect him. Like, she may be enamored with him. She may think he's really handsome. You know, and only in LA would a girl ever date such a guy. You know, because it just looks so good when we're driving around together. You know, just looks good. It's like, honey, forget it. Deal breakers like the PhDs, or if you're Persian, for example. Persians like to marry Persians. Okay, it's a deal breaker. She's not marrying, you know, Hans, Franz, Dans, Klans. You know, she wants to marry a Persian man. Okay, if he's not Persian, so Moroccan, second best. Okay, so, you know, you know, but she's not marrying, you know, Schlumpke Goldstein. You know, so. So that can be a deal breaker. It doesn't have to be. I met Persians who are willing to marry, you know, an Ashkenazic person or whatever. But you got to figure out what your deal breakers are if you have them. Some people don't have deal breakers. For some people, deal breaker is Shabbos. Got to keep Shabbos. Okay, kosher. Got to be committed to keeping kosher. Committed to keeping kosher. That might be a deal breaker for someone. For another person, they're like, okay, I'm willing to grow with them. We'll grow into it together. I'm not ready for that, but I'll marry someone who's also not, as long as they're willing to grow. So a deal breaker might be that she's not a growth person, or he's not a growth person. Meaning, I'm not there, but I know I'm going there. Whereas he ain't going there, or she ain't going there. Because certain people, you can see, they're not growth people. They're kind of Popeyes, you know, like yams. They like yams. I yam what I yam. Yeah, don't change me. I yam what I yam. Yeah. So when it comes to expectations, so we're looking for no expectations. Get rid of your Santa Claus wish list, or as we said, get off Santa's lap, and deal with only deal breakers. What are the deal breakers? As far as attraction looks, it's more about attraction. Attraction is not necessarily looks. Attraction's a chemistry thing. Attraction's just is something you feel. You know, it's not necessarily anything objective about attraction. And that's the way it is, you know. So expectations, that's the E of happy, okay? So H was Hashem. Hashem's in charge. He knows who you're supposed to marry. You worry about your relationship with God. Let him worry about your relationship with your soulmate. A is alive. Your soulmate's alive, which means number one, develop a relationship. Number two is to live with the integrity of a married person. The P is private, develop an inner world. And the other P is platonic. Get rid of your platonic relationships. You're already married just to no one. And then the E is expectations. And expectations, get rid of all your expectations and start living in the reality that marriage is about work. You got deal breakers, so pay strong attention to your deal breakers. But other than that, get rid of the expectations and just go with the work of marriage, and that will create a great marriage. And last but not least is the letter Y, and that stands for you. Whomever you marry is going to be married to you. So they're going to be dealing with you. I want you to imagine that you are a swimming pool, and whomever you marry is going to be swimming in your pool. Now, when you have a pool party, you want to kind of go check your pool before everyone arrives. Okay? You want to just go through there with a little screen, get the leaves. You want anything funky floating by, you know. You want to clean out the pool. And that's what's called personal development. There are lots of books in personal development. There's seminars in personal development. There are mentors who will help you with personal development. You may need a therapist. You may need a coach. You may need a best friend to help you along with it. But do it. Get yourself to the point of making your single life obsolete. Meaning get all the growth you could possibly get while you're still single. Get it done now. Finish your single life via personal growth. There's certain things that you got to go through before you get married. Get done with them now by instead of going through stuff, actually voluntarily get the growth you need. Figure out what you're going to do to get your personal growth in so that you are living with the ultimate you. So that whomever you marry who joins you and jumps in the pool of your life is going to have a real clean swim. And a nice swim, that it's clean to be in a relationship with you. You're someone who burns clean fuel. And the beauty of that is that you'll be much more likely to recognize your soulmate when you're burning clean fuel, when you're coming from a place of self-generating love, when you're coming from a place of self-esteem, when you're coming from a place of real confidence, not ego confidence. You see, most of the time I meet someone who says that they're, you know, in love or they want to get married to this person, and I'm looking at the two of them just going like, this is the least compatible couple I've ever seen. So I say to him, you know, what do you love about her? What are you so crazy about? And he gives me this long list of like 6 different things about himself. She makes me feel smart. She takes good care of me. She loves me. Me. Who's he in love with? He's in love with himself. The truth is, he's not in love with himself. The truth is, he actually, most likely, if I can say, hates himself. And she's the Band-Aid over the wound. She's some kind of butterfly Band-Aid over a 50-stitch gouging wound inside his heart. And she's some kind of little butterfly Band-Aid going to hold it all together, at least for a few weeks after the wedding. Most people are patching themselves up with relationships. Most people love people not because they love them, but because they're starting to feel a little sense of love of their self via that person. How many of us have been in relationships with people just because, meaning dead-end relationships with people, just because they said, I love you. You know, they said, I love you, and so now we're in this relationship. And like a dead-end relationship, wasting our time, wasting our energy, and they're cutting off chunks of our heart that we're going to need later for our marriages. All because someone said, I love you. Because, you know, because me, this sick puppy, finally got some love. Yeah? Which means it's all selfish. When you do your personal development and you develop you, that's the why, you, that you are coming from a powerful and healthy place, burning clean fuel. You become a person who actually chooses great relationships. You're actually seeing the person you're dating for who that person is. When I ask people who have graduated my seminar work, for example, about a person they're interested in marrying, they only give me a list about that person. It has nothing to do with them. It's all about the virtues of the person they want to date. Because they're coming from a very nice space, a space of wholeness, a space of well-being. And so when I'm coming from well-being, well, I'm very interested in knowing other people. Now I can add people to my life. I can add children. I don't want to have my children saying they love me. I want to say I will love you to my children. How many of us grew up sitting in the back of the car and say you love daddy, say you love mommy? They're like pulling our love out. We need our love put in. We needed the love put in, not pulled out. Spouses are not for us to feel loved. Children are not for us to feel loved. Our love comes from the creator of the universe and comes from ourselves. And we add a spouse to our repertoire to be able to give love. And they're going to be doing the same thing, so don't worry, you're going to get it. You'll get the love. But it's not about what they can give me, it's what I want to give. Because I'm overflowing, my cup overfloweth with love for other people, and especially for my spouse and for my children. They're not there as some kind of Band-Aid for some wound I have, because that's not real love. That's just trying to love oneself via the usury of other people. So when you develop the sixth step, the why of the 6 steps of expediating, finding your soulmate, and you get your work done in your own personal development, so then you can have an amazing chance to look around at the world and say, who belongs next to me? Who's supposed to be swimming in my pool? And you really know yourself so well that you're much more likely to make a really good choice of who you're supposed to marry than some kind of fix-it job for some negative feelings you have toward yourself. So those are the 6 steps of happy, or the 6 ways of expediating finding your soulmate. I'll review them real quick. H is Hashem. A is alive. P is private. The other P is platonic. E is expectations. And Y is you. And just to go through them all again, Hashem is that God knows who you're supposed to marry. You worry about your relationship with God. God will take care of who you marry. A, alive, is that your spouse is already out there. So 1, develop that relationship. And 2 is start living with the integrity of marriage. P is private. Live with the privacy of a married couple even before you're married. And the other P is platonic, is stop being married to so many people when you're not married to any of them. And E is expectations, and that is get rid of all those expectations. That is your comfort wish list, your what we called low maintenance wish list. And but you can have your deal breakers if there's some serious deal breakers there. And finally, the Y is you. Develop yourself into the ultimate you, so that when you're finally bringing someone else into your life, that it's going to be a clean and beautiful experience. Thank you very much.
I believe that
I'd like to suggest something that is really, really crazy. A crazy thought. But we live in crazy times. This year, this 11-month period, when everything we thought we knew fell apart on us, and everything we leaned on and trusted disappointed us, we are forced to kind of rethink everything. Everything. One of the things that, it seems to me, one of the things we have to rethink is life and death. Because that's something we really thought we knew. We thought at least this is for sure. Life is fleeting, death is forever. Is that not a fact? Is that not the ultimate fact? We don't know what life is going to bring. We don't know how it's going to be, but we do know life is brief, death is forever. And inevitable. Let's rethink that for a minute. maybe that's not even true. Because actually, to think of life as temporary and death as permanent is rather depressing. It may motivate you to get up and do something before the end comes, but it's a morbid reason. So let's rethink that. Let's rethink the most fundamental assumptions we've ever had. For example, human beings are frail. Human beings are vulnerable. Human beings are dependent. Human beings are needy. We must depend on God because without God we could do nothing. Without God we wouldn't even exist. Without God we cannot succeed. Without God we have no health, we have no wealth, we have nothing. And so we must plead with God, we must appease God, we must become his favorites. Otherwise we'll get nothing. And we will be in big trouble. Or in most cases, we are in trouble all the time. Our only hope is that if God wakes up in a good mood, maybe he'll give us a little goodie and we'll be able to succeed and have a decent life. Otherwise, we're doomed. Depending on your philosophy, depending on your religion, it can become more or less depressing, but it's depressing. Can we rethink this? Are we sure that that's even true? And there's another assumption that we need to rethink. God is perfect, God is invulnerable, God is untouchable, unreachable, unshakable. He is indifferent. Of course, you want his help, you can plead with him, but it doesn't make a difference to him. You're in trouble, you're going to go to hell unless he saves you. So what does it take to get him to save you? But whether you're saved or not doesn't matter to him. So we are needy, he is not. Is that true? It's been a long time that people have believed this, assumed it. Why? Maybe it's not even true. So let's examine this from a human perspective. I'm needy. I'm very needy. I'm vulnerable. I'm weak. I'm frail. I'm bad. I'm in trouble all the time. From the minute I'm born, I'm in trouble. Because, I need to eat. My mother is sleeping. I'm already in trouble. Life stinks. When I need to eat, my mother is sleeping. What kind of life is this? I need more food. I need more clothing. I need more shelter. And I can't get it because I don't have the money. Life stinks. I need to be a saint. I need to be a tzaddik. I need to be perfect. And I can't. All this temptation, all this sin all over the place. I'm doomed. Life stinks. Am I really that needy? Am I that needy? Well, I didn't ask to be born. I didn't ask to be born. Nobody asks to be born. Nobody cares to be born because nobody needs to be born. I don't need to be born. I'll be perfectly content without it. I wouldn't be missing anything. Or at least I wouldn't know that I'm missing anything. So how do I come to the conclusion that I am needy? Needy of what? Well, I need a job. Why? Yeah, I got to make some money. Why? I got to pay the bills. Why? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I got into this mess. I was born, nobody asked me. I was created. I didn't agree. I didn't sign any contracts. And now I am needy. I have to. I must. I need this. I need that. I have to get this. I have to get that. Excuse me. I don't. How's that for an idea? Who says I need to pay bills? Well, you want to be homeless? Not particularly. But I need to buy a house? So ultimately, it'll all boil down to one thing. You don't want to die, do you? No, I don't particularly want to die. I'm not suicidal and I'm not depressed. But I can't agree that I have to live. I don't have to. I don't have to. I may like my life, I may not like my life, but I don't have to. I don't need to live. That's why people become suicidal. I don't need to live. If I like it, I'll enjoy it and I'll stay. If not, I didn't ask for this. And that's not even being depressed. That's just being obvious and logical. I don't need. Where did I get this notion that I am needy? Yes, I am dependent. If I don't eat, I'll die. But then, so what? The fact that I cannot live without food is not a reason. That's not why I need to eat. It's just what I'm eating for. I eat so that I don't die. But why do I need to live and not die? I don't know. It's not my need. Let's put it in different words. I need to eat? No, I need to stop eating. I am dependent on food. I wish I wasn't. I didn't ask for this. I didn't design myself dependent on food. So if somebody had asked me, I would have said no. Why would I live my life with a need to eat every couple of hours? Doesn't make sense to me. I don't like it. And yet you're telling me it's my need? It's not my need. It's a handicap that was imposed on me without my being consulted. So factually, I don't need to eat. I was designed to eat. I don't need to sleep. I was designed with that dependence, with that handicap. So I really wouldn't call it my need. If you're asking me what my need is to not need to sleep and not need to eat and not need to breathe. Because then I would live forever. I am not the needy one. It's starting to make a lot of sense to me. I'm not needy. I have no investment. I have no stake in life. On the other hand, whoever created the world does have a stake in it, has made an investment in it. So doesn't it make a lot more sense that God needs, humans don't? God created the world with a plan, with a desire, with an objective, and that objective must be essential. So he needs the world to be a certain way. And it has to be that way. For him. To me, not my problem. So yes, I want to help fix the world. Tikkun olam. Not that I have to or that I need to. It's a nice thing to do. But who needs the world fixed? The Creator. All of a sudden, it's starting to make sense. And it's not depressing. It's liberating. I'm not needy. I'm not dependent. Yes, I'm handicapped, but who cares? Not my problem. I can't fly through the air like a bird. I can't swim underwater like a fish. I don't care. Yes, I have to eat every couple of hours. I don't care. This is not my problem. In fact, I have no problems. Oh, well, you got to be careful or you'll die. Don't scare, you can't scare me anymore. That threat is over because I didn't ask to be born. I don't need to be born. This is not my problem. I am here because I am needed, not because I am needy. And it turns out that being needed is my greatest pleasure. The greatest pleasure for a human being is to be needed. Because it's the only thing we need. If I'm going to be here, not for myself because I don't need this, then the only thing I need is to know what I'm needed for. Because I am the product of someone else's need. And it's not my mother or father, because they didn't ask to be born either. So just to understand myself in a sane, non-depressing view, I'm not needy. Tell me what you need from me and I'm fine. In fact, I'm thrilled. We have a Sunday night program for VIPs that you might be interested in. It's informal, it's questions and answers, it's conversation. It's really relaxed, it's really pleasant, enjoyable, informative, and kind of community-like. It's a Sunday night program. There's a Wednesday morning program for the VIPs, and there's a Wednesday night program. All of it just conversation, casual, laid back, unscripted. So join us, take a look, click the link below and see which of the three suits you best, and join us for some enjoyable conversation.
TorahCafe.com.
If we want to chart progress, where do we look? How do we know whether we're progressing or regressing? In terms of politics, it's really none of our business. We're not politicians. In terms of health, we're not doctors, and the doctors are not doing so well themselves, but that's another story. So for the main body of citizens of this planet, what are we supposed to be charting? What are we supposed to be measuring? We're supposed to be looking at moral improvement. That's all. Because that's where we have freedom of choice. So is the world getting better? Well, what do you mean better? Healthier or morally better? Particularly when the health is not so good and the politics is not so good, then we really need to improve in the moral arena. Are we improving? Vastly. You're not going to see it in the news. It's not going to be in the headlines, but we are improving vastly. Just one little example. All the experts in Israel, probably everywhere else as well, all the experts predicted that with the lockdown, with the quarantine, husbands and wives being stuck in the house with each other, the divorce rate is going to go through the roof. And domestic violence is going to become out of control. The latest statistic in Israel shows that in the last 11 months, the divorce rate has gone down by 3%. Now, 3% is not very impressive. But if you consider the 60% increase that they were predicting, and now it's gone down 3%, so it's actually gone down 63% based on predictions. So where did the experts go wrong? How were their predictions so off? It's not because they're not good with numbers. It's because they underestimate human beings. In general, we have a very cynical view of the human being. And that was not the Rebbe's view. The human being is an incredible moral being. Of course, things can derail us. We can get into very bad conditions. But at the core, human beings are good people. When forced to be good, we are very capable or morally better. Particularly when the health is not so good and the politics is not so good, then we really need to improve in the moral arena. Are we improving? Vastly. You're not going to see it in the news. It's not going to be in the headlines, but we are improving vastly. Just one little example. All the experts in Israel, probably everywhere else as well, all the experts predicted that with the lockdown, with the quarantine, husbands and wives being stuck in the house with each other, the divorce rate is going to go through the roof. And domestic violence is going to become out of control. The latest statistic in Israel shows that in the last 11 months, the divorce rate has gone down by 3%. Now, 3% is not very impressive. But if you consider the 60% increase that they were predicting, and now it's gone down 3%, so it's actually gone down 63% based on predictions. So where did the experts go wrong? How were their predictions so off? It's not because they're not good with numbers. It's because they underestimate human beings. In general, we have a very cynical view of the human being. And that was not the Rebbe's view. The human being is an incredible moral being. Of course, things can derail us. We can get into very bad conditions. But at the core, human beings are good people. When forced to be good, we are very capable of doing it. When distracted and confused, we can become very neglectful and maybe even cruel to each other. But if you look at the world today compared to 11 months ago, people are better, much better. I'm not talking about health. I'm talking about the morality, the decency, the Menschlichkeit, and to some degree the spirituality. We can talk to people about God today who would never have listened a month ago, 10 months ago. Now God has become a comfortable subject, like intuitively correct.
Individuals. So there's a greater shift and focus on positivity. That's no doubt the case.
So let me share something a little futuristic. This is all kind of predictable. But what's really futuristic and unprecedented, consider this picture here. For 5,000 years or so, we have been laboring under the impression that we, human beings, are very fragile, very vulnerable, very dependent on God or on each other, and very needy. So here's the picture. You have many needs. Most of them you cannot fulfill by yourself. So you have to turn to others. You have to turn to God. You have to plead with God. You have to beg God. You have to promise him to be good. You have to hope that he's in a good mood. And then maybe he'll give you what you need. Otherwise, you're in trouble. Good luck. That fueled so many movements and so many sciences and religion, all fueled by the fact that we are so fragile and so needy, desperate for help. On the other hand, religion has created a picture of God as being perfect, invulnerable, untouchable, unreachable, unflappable. He needs nothing. He just sits there watching us struggle. And of course, when we misbehave, he smites us. But that's the picture of God. So we are extremely needy. He doesn't need anything. That's universal from the beginning of time. In the near future, this is going to change dramatically because we are going to discover something really interesting. Human beings have no needs. You see, we're so overburdened with the amount of needs. Back in the olden days, our needs were simple. They were about 5. Keep me warm, keep me fed, give me something to drink, and don't shoot me. Life was pretty simple. Hard to achieve, but not very complicated. But with time, we've added all sorts of needs. You need to get a job, and you need to pay your bills, and you need to have a mortgage, and you need to buy a car, and it just goes on and on. And then the advertisements that tell you what you need that you never even thought of. You got to have one of these, and you got to have some of that. It's just becoming too much. So we go for therapy. Now, what happens when you go for therapy? You discover you have needs you don't even understand. Your mother never wanted to have you, so now you got to fix that. And your brother hates you, and it just goes on and on and on. So 1 second, I came here to be relieved of my needs, and you're just giving me more needs? So in desperation, I go to religion. I think religion will give me some relief, will give me some peace of mind. But what do you discover? Well, if you think you have needs in this world, wait till you get to heaven. Your troubles are just going to begin. So, okay, I can't take this anymore. This is not working. The future of human psychology, I'm sure, is that instead of looking a little deeper and finding more needs, look much deeper, and you will discover what Hasidus has been trying to tell us. You have no needs. You have none. You're a creation. Only a creator has needs. If you create a universe, you obviously have something. You're after something, but if you're the creation, what do you need? So children today are already expressing this. You ask them to clean up the room, and the 11-year-old says, I didn't ask to be born. What does that have to do with cleaning up a room? Well, if I didn't ask to be born because I don't need to be born, then why do I need to clean up my room? In other words, don't tell me I need. That doesn't compute anymore. I don't need. Well, you have to get a job. No, I don't have to get a job. And what is the response to that? A threat. Well, you don't get a job, you're not going to have any money, you're not going to have a place to live, you're going to be out on the streets, you're going to get a disease, you're going to die. Doesn't work anymore. I didn't ask to be born. Don't threaten me with death. This is something so amazing. There is something much more divine in the human being than human. When you say, well, you got to survive, nobody wants to die, we're all afraid of dying, be gesund, you got to be healthy, that's the main thing. No, it's not. It's not. So the phrase, you need or you must or you should, gone. It's gone. I don't need anything. For example, do I need to eat? Oh, I need to eat. No, I don't need to eat. Personally, I need to stop eating, but I can't. So why do I call it my need? Did I choose it? Did I design myself this way? Did I even agree to this? No. So why is it my need? Here's the story that got me thinking along these lines. A young boy leaves New York and goes to France to yeshiva years ago, when the yeshiva in France was still quite primitive. He didn't last 3 months. Outdoor toilet, nah, it's not for him. Couldn't last 3 months. But he came back a changed boy. Because the day he arrived, he went into the office and said to the mashpia, he said to the dean, I need to call my mother. Which phone can I use? And to his total surprise, the dean said to him, you need to call your mother? He said, yeah, I got to call her, tell her I arrived. You need to call your mother? He got over his surprise and he understood what the dean was saying. He wasn't a foolish boy. So he corrected himself and he said, my mother needs me to call her. Which phone can I use? And the dean said, now you're talking like a mensch. Why would you plagiarize your mother's need and call it yours? A teenage boy does not need to call his mother. It's not in the nature of a teenage boy, unless he needs money. It wasn't true. It was not a true statement. I need to call my mother. No, you don't. The reason you should call is because your mother needs to hear from you. The same is true with all religion. I need to be good. I need to be holy. I need to be religious. No, I don't. I don't. So my grandfather says, you have to keep kosher. You got to go to shul. And I say, I thought about it and I've come to the conclusion that I really don't need to. Well, do you want to suffer in Gehenna and burn in hell? You're threatening me, which means you have nothing more to say. So I'm right. I don't need to. This is such a dramatic change in psychology, but also in theology. I don't need anything. I'm a guest. It's the creator who is needy. You don't create a universe for no purpose. So the creator is after something. The creator is trying to achieve something, and we're here to help, but we don't need anything. So look at where it leaves me. I am free of burdens. I don't need anything. I don't need to be good. I don't need to achieve. I don't need to accomplish. I don't need anything. It's all bogus. And don't threaten me. It doesn't work anymore. In the olden days, the farmer wakes up his son and says, come, we have to go work. And the kid says, why? He says, because it's late in the season. If we don't get the seeds in, there'll be no harvest and we will starve to death. So the kid jumps out of bed and goes to work. What do you say to your child today when you wake him up in the morning? Come on, it's late. You got to catch the bus. The bus to where? To school. Why do I have to go to school? Well, because you got to get into a good college. You got to get a good job. You got to make a good living so you can pay the mortgage. Well, why do I have to do any of that? Well, if you don't have a house and you don't pay the mortgage, you're going to be out on the streets. And you're going to catch a disease and die. He said, well, that's why I have to get up now and catch a bus. It's far-fetched. And besides, I won't die. I'll be on welfare. It's not working anymore. So on the one hand, psychologically, I am completely liberated. I can breathe. I got no problems. I've got nothing to prove. I've got nothing to accomplish. Really, I am a totally free agent. On the other hand, God needs me. So I am not needy, but I am needed. Doesn't that start to make a little sense? Life is starting to make sense. I don't even know how we functioned until today. You're born into the world, and now you have to. What, did I agree to this? Did I sign a contract? The Rebbe has been telling us this for many years. But it took a while to sink in. Ani lo nivreisi. If you ask me, for me, I don't need to be born. Thank you very much. Don't do me no favors. And if I'm not born, I'll never complain. Ella. So why am I here? Because I am necessary. I am needed. I am not needy. You might even say, the person who says, I need to be religious or I need to succeed is playing God. A human being doesn't need, God needs. So if you start thinking that you need, you have a God complex. You're not God, you don't need. But he needs you. So you're absolutely indispensable and you have no problems. I like that. It's a very good combination. So every minute of my existence is infinitely valuable on a divine cosmic level, and I have no problems. Ooh, that's a relief.
So in simple terms, if I'm going to translate what I understand you to be saying, you're suggesting that there's been a fundamental shift, especially among the youth. We're need-based living, in other words, hyper-individualistic, focus on self is just not cutting it anymore. And the only thing that's working today, because all facades have been shattered, is that which was always the main motivator of the human being, because that's the story of mankind, which is purpose. I'm just going to use the word purpose for simplistic purpose.
Good, good.
Purpose. I find that to be fascinating. I just have two quick thoughts on that, and then tell me, Rabbi, I don't want to stop your flow. So if it's better if I jump in, because
it's your show.
No, really not. It's we're here to hear from you. A lot of times I speak to people in the so-called older generation, and they'll complain that millennials are the worst. There's no loyalty, there's no integrity, it's all about me, etc., etc. It's very interesting because at one point we were looking for some staff, and I interviewed probably 20 or 25 people, and every single one of them said the same thing, which got me thinking. When I asked them why they left their previous company, which is the obvious question, they said, I no longer felt challenged. I no longer felt like I was making a meaningful contribution. And I thought to myself, I don't know who's advising you, but that's pretty bad guidance, because the last thing your potential new employer wants to hear from you is that it's now his job to provide you with enough challenges to keep you stimulated, motivated, and self-actualized. I have a job I need to get done. Are you in or are you out? And I started thinking about this, and then I realized something I think very much in line with what you're saying. Young people today would forfeit job security and a high-paid salary for meaningful impact, to feel needed, to feel like they're making a difference. It's not a negative, it's something incredibly positive if you get to it. What they're really saying is, I want to reach my full potential because that's why I'm here. And I would exchange that with what my parents and grandparents would never have exchanged it for, which is job security, etc. I think that's, if I can say so, I think it's an expression of what you're saying.
People desperately want to know that they are needed, and they'll give up their own needs to know that they're needed. This is exactly the way God wants us to be. Now, when Avraham is, God calls Avraham, and Avraham says, Hineni. Hineni now takes on a whole new meaning. Hineni means, I'm available. I'm unemployed. I got no needs. So if you need me to do something, please give me something to do. Hineni, I am free. I am otherwise unemployed. So even I need to eat. Really, when you think about it, that's like that boy plagiarizing his mother's need. You didn't design yourself to eat, and there are times when you desperately want to go without food or without drink. Sometimes you want to go without breathing because you want to do some deep sea diving. And you got to keep coming up because you need to breathe. I didn't ask for this. It's a handicap. Nobody asks for a handicap. So why do I need to eat? because I was designed by the Creator to be dependent on food. I don't like the idea. So don't call it my need. Anytime a human being eats, he is doing what God designed him to do. It's a whole new insight into the Shem Shamayim.
Yeah, it's a fascinating. In the High Holiday service, we talk about Avinu Malkeinu, God Almighty, right? Our Father, our King. Aseh imanu, do for us, and then we say lemancha, for your sake. Really? How pretentious! But the truth is, based on your explanations, exactly that's precise. It's not my need; it's yours.
So when a person says, I need to eat, it's plagiarism. You see, and you're playing God. What, you designed yourself to eat? So you know that famous story about the sage who saw this ugly man at the side of the road, and he said to him, boy, that's pretty ugly. And the man said, don't complain to me, complain to my maker. And he wasn't as ugly anymore. Because for the first time in his life, he admitted to being created. He admitted that he is not God. And the ugliness that he was displaying was that arrogance, thinking that he was God. Once he admitted that he didn't make himself ugly, he wasn't as ugly anymore. So it's simply a matter of not playing God. You need to eat. You need to sleep. You need a job. You need to get to heaven. None of that is true. God designed you to eat, so you have to eat. Nobody asked you. God designed you to sleep, you have to sleep. So sleeping is a godly thing to do. And you turn around and say, no, I need to sleep. Not nice. Be nice. So this changes our entire psychological orientation. I'm going to suffer if I don't get what I need. I don't need. It's the end of suffering. Now, if I take God really seriously, the way I should, because after all, he is the creator. If I took him seriously as I should, I may develop a feeling that if he wants something, then I must do it. Like, how can I not? Like, the expression, your wish is my command. Not I need it, but knowing that you need it, it's as if I have no choice but to do it because I take you so seriously. That's beautiful. That will never cause depression, anxiety, dysfunction. On the contrary, you're so healthy. This is where we're headed. This is where we're going. That God will be recognized finally as the one who is the needy one, and we are here to partner with him, to serve him, to further his project, his purpose in creation. And what is that purpose? To become one with us. I was talking recently to some guy who was a really thoughtful guy, and he was wondering, why did God give us freedom of choice? All the answers he's heard, it doesn't compute. Freedom of choice is a terrible thing. People can kill because freedom of choice. People can steal, freedom of choice. What would be terrible if God just made us good? Well, we wouldn't appreciate the good. Oh, come on, that's pathetic. In order to help me appreciate good, millions of people have to be killed and murdered, and it doesn't work. The fact is that we have freedom of choice in a very limited area of life. Freedom of choice applies only to moral choices, not to anything else. So you don't have freedom of choice to be born or not, to be male or female, to be in this generation or some other generation, to be tall or short, to be strong or weak. We have no choice in these things at all. Where do we have freedom of choice? Only in moral issues, which means only in our response to Him. This makes a lot of sense. If God would decide which shoes I'm going to buy, I wouldn't mind. If God decides who I marry, I won't mind. If God decides how many children I'm going to have, I don't mind. In fact, that would be much better. So why the need for freedom of choice? God can make all the decisions for us, and that would be good, except for one thing. He can't make us love Him, because that's not love. He can't make us relate to Him. That's not a relationship. So if He wants a relationship, He has to give us freedom of choice. The choice to respond to Him or not, to love Him or hate Him, to believe in Him or ignore Him. It's necessary because otherwise it's not the real thing. If He makes me love Him, I don't love Him. So our relationship with God is becoming much more real. Now, looking back at how religion treated God, it is so mechanical, it's so inhumane. And so God gets a very bad reputation. Why would you want to love a God like that? Who is invulnerable, who doesn't need anything, and yet puts you through hell. So
Right.
We are definitely headed in a very good direction.
That's very interesting. That was actually one of the most interesting areas I discovered in the Rebbe's thinking, and this came to light especially in the 60s and 70s, when for the first time the sort of conformist, uniform community traditional mold or setting of religion, which was the institutional Judaism of the synagogue membership and all of that. That was the first time, I think, in relatively recent history where the system was threatened and essentially dismantled. And most of Jewish leadership was decrying this as the beginning of the end. And the Rebbe saw it differently. The Rebbe actually said that this is just the beginning of something wildly different, much more authentic and organic. But if you think about it, really, if you lived in biblical times, and if you violated Shabbos, you were, your life was taken, or if you murdered, or if you did whatever it might be. But furthermore, there were certain spiritual divine punishments, such that if a person did certain sins, they were affected almost, relatively immediately and in a very visible and direct way. What type of free will can you talk of in that generation, in that era, in that context? It's not free will. It's the choice between staying alive or not. So, okay, so I did Shabbos. But today, when someone keeps Shabbos, it's a very different Shabbos. And I think that's what you're suggesting. It's coming from within. But if I can, Rabbi Friedman, I think I would link both points. Because the point